Boo. What is up, gamers? Hello, everyone. I'm back. Welcome back. Hopefully, y'all are doing good. I am doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Good stuff. Oh, oh, what's going on? What is this? Oh, you guys probably, wait, you guys can't see. Um, I downloaded, uh, Blender 4.1 this morning. So this is Blender 4.1. Uh, I don't know what's in Blender 4.1, so I this wasn't intentional. I was basically just scrolling through. I think I was looking at um, what was I looking at? I was looking at Brand's video. Not really like I didn't actually watch it. I just kind of, when you launch up Google Chrome, and you like load up YouTube, it automatically starts playing the video. Um, and so I paused it. But then underneath that, in the recommended section, I noticed there was a video talking about Blender 4.1 and all the new features. It's a 20-minute video. Since I have downloaded Blender 4.1, I thought, why don't we watch the video and see what's new? Because again, I don't know much about. I'm not like someone who like I guess sort of tracks what's in the updates. I probably should, as someone who's probably like basically uses Blender like every day. Um, but it'd be nice to sort of watch a 20-minute video and sort of see what has been added. But before we do that, I guess a bit of an update time, I guess, or sort of not really an update time, but I like to talk about random shit. Um, before beginning the entire process of starting off with Blender. Number one, I think it's Kaiju Snack rated me last night, but I think they rated me like literally as I was turning off the stream. So sorry about that. Kind of awkward. Um, yeah, thank you very much, even though you probably just rated into an empty stream. Not the best. What else? A couple things. Number one, I got on this morning to Helldivers 2 for a couple reasons. Number one, I needed to claim the rewards for the last major order that I participated in, and uh, and then I played a game, one game, against the automatons, and I realized uh, it's been a while since I fought the automatons. Okay, a couple mistakes that I made. Number one, I went with my arc build, which works really well against the bugs. However, it does not work as well against the robots. Um, the arc weapons got fixed, so I just wanted to play with them a little bit. But I realized very early on that it's not the best. Um, so yeah, the arc shotgun has very short range, and I feel like when it comes with the robots, you definitely want a gun that has a lot longer range. So I'll probably stick to using this sickle or some sort of variation of that. I was also using the arc thrower, which I realize now I should probably replace with some sort of other stratagem. The railgun maybe. The railgun did get nerfed like a long time ago, but I still think it's like pretty good because we could like one shot still some of the more tankier units like the husks. I don't call them, no. I forgot what they're called. But you know what I mean. If you played, that is. Um so yeah, it is definitely a new experience. It's been a while since I've played against the automatons. So now that there's going to be, I assume there's going to be a few major orders dealing with the automatons because I think the consensus right now is that we've pushed the bugs back far enough. Let's focus on the robots now. That's at least what the game I think is going for. Um, so better get used to fighting the automatons. It was a very a different experience, especially since, like I said, I didn't pick the best stratagems for the mission. I basically just ran around. I really couldn't do anything compared to how I was back with the bug missions. I was definitely a lot more useless in the sense that I literally didn't do anything. I was sort of like crucial for when we had the evac because I was one of like two people that was still alive at the time because we ran out of reinforcements. But yeah, so yeah, I'm getting back into that. I could only play a game. I just wanted to get on real quick, just to like play a game, get my Helldivers fix in. And so yeah, so I guess the second thing is that Honkai Star Rail got its update yesterday, pretty much. What is it today? It is Thursday, right? No, today's Wednesday. Holy shit. Um, I got confused, sorry, because I thought it was supposed to be Wednesday, but it's actually Tuesday night. So I guess you could count it as Wednesday. Um, I did manage to get on last night. I just got on to like do uh some daily stamina spending. It's the first anniversary right now, apparently, which it's kind of crazy that I've been playing the game for a year. It feels like it came out not that long ago, at least in my opinion. But yeah, so if you want to get on, that now's the time, I guess. I forgot how many they're giving. I think they're giving quite a bit away in terms of like roles, which is very exciting. And at the moment, there's a pretty cool unit out, which I probably will be rolling later today on stream. Or I might roll for it once I get like people who care about Honkai Star Rail on the stream, because then it's kind of like, you know, that sort of, they kind of like that kind of content. So it's like for them kind of thing. So yeah, you might do that in a bit or later. It kind of depends. Um, so yeah, I'm excited. I didn't really, that's basically all I did. If there was any new story, which I think there is, I didn't really touch it. And any new events, I think there's like a uh, first year anniversary event going on right now, which I don't really know much about. But yeah, cool stuff on that front. Other than that, though, I don't really have anything else to report, I guess. I have to go later today at 8. So I do have a bit, I probably could game a little bit today. Like I said, I could probably, you know, what's it called? Do Honkai later. Um, Unless I do it a bit earlier because of, circumstance. Um, but starting tomorrow, for at least like a week or so, I won't have that sort of like schedule where I have to leave like at 7 or 8. Um, I'll be free for like about a week or more. I don't know. And then afterwards, I might have to go back to that. But, we'll see. So yeah, that's basically all the updates I have about what's going on with me, what's going on with whatever. So yeah. So let me get the video up, shall I? We're going to watch a video by Ask NK called Blender 4.1 is finally here, all new features. It's a 20-minute video, I assume talking about, you know, all the new features, or at least some of the new features. There's going to be like a tons of videos like that are kind of like, whoa, Blender 4.0. Look, there's literally some right here. Everything new in Blender 4.0, important changes for modelers and animators. 5 amazing new features hands-on. And stuff like that. But we're gonna watch this one. Because I believe it has the most views. And that kind of means maybe it's a little better, maybe? Actually, this video has more views, but this video is only 2 minutes long. I don't know. We could watch both, maybe. I don't know. Why not? So yeah, hold on. Let me put this up on screen then. So yeah, Blender 4.1. It's here. I have downloaded it. Let us watch a video about all the new features and see if there's anything cool for me. Oh god, my frames are dropping. Okay, let's back up. Alright. Luckily, it didn't drop enough so that my stream disconnected, but that's weird. I hate how that still happens. I don't really know how to fix that or what's causing that. It's not as bad as it used to be, at least. So now it just drops for like a second and comes back. It used to disconnect for like a few minutes or something like that. It was crazy dumb. But anyway, let's watch the video, shall we? Shall we?
So, the folks at Blender Foundation have just released Blender 4.1. This version of Blender comes with a couple of interesting updates and it promises to continue with the legacy of Blender 4.0. And today we're going to take a look at all the cool, impressive and new features that are now available. At the same time, we'll talk about updates and do a simple walkthrough of some of these features. And for those who would like to take a look at this, you can simply go over to the link in the description that'll bring you right here, where you can check out all of the cool things that the folks at Blender Foundation has to offer. And with that said, let's dive directly into Blender 4.1 and take a look at all of the cool features and updates that are now available.
The bridge.
And with Blender 4.1 open up right here, you'll notice that we have a brand new splash screen. A huge shout out to Link's Design for making this possible, as the splash screen looks super cool. And if we simply dive directly into Blender 4.1, the UI looks pretty simple and very similar to what you had with 4.0. But then, you start noticing a couple of interesting changes once you drag out a new panel and right click, and you'll see that within the area section, we now have icons that actually tells you if you need to.
It's actually really helpful because, oh god, I'm such an idiot. I have to like think a little bit whenever I have to choose vertical, horizontal. Sometimes I choose the wrong one, if anyone has noticed that. That's actually really, it's stupidly helpful, and like for such dumb reasons too. Oh god. Alright, so far so good, I guess. Good changes.
Join, swap, switch to horizontal split or vertical split. And if you're working with colors, if you simply go over to the color section, you would also notice that we now have a better feedback and a very wonderful indication of what colors would look like when you're working with them. There's also feedback right here once you click and drag, and this currently gives you an update that you're currently working on the value slider as opposed to what we have with previous versions of Blender. And if you like exploring files and probably you like to see the thumbnails of the files that you're working with, if you simply go over to the file section right now and go to where you have the open recent, you'll be able to tell what files you're working on, the date they were made, where they're stored, the version of Blender that was used, and also the file size. This will save you so much.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I was thinking that earlier today because I did download 4.1. I was thinking like, hey, it'd be nice if kind of like the way the Unity hub is set up, it would tell you what version of Blender a Blender file is using. That is nice. That is interesting. It seems to be only for open recent, but I think it'd still be helpful nonetheless. Alright.
Much time instead of traveling back and forth between opening multiple files and exploring this one after the other, which can be very tiresome. And still speaking about the file menu, there's also this new update that is right here. So at this point, you can clear your recent file list. I bet a lot of people would not want this button to be clicked at most times, but just in case you think you have a long list of things that you want to get rid of, you can now clear this, and this will remove all of the recent files from the file list. And if you work with cameras, it is also worth mentioning that there's some very interesting updates that they now have for cameras. Although this feature was available in Blender some time ago within an alpha test, but this was totally taken out. So if you're on a camera view, instead of creating shortcuts, at this point you can simply lock your camera from your viewport. And this has always existed in most tools, and it's quite interesting to see that Blender 4.1 is coming with it. And just
I did see that that was happening, which is very nice. Because otherwise, you have to go into like a you had to used to have to go into a drop down menu or something to turn that on. So that's good.
Just like we saw with the beta, if you do have a squashed out version of Blender side by side with another version of Blender or another window, if you go over to the panels no longer stretches all the way out like it will do normally. So you now have this panel stretching all the way down instead of stretching all the way out horizontally. And if you work with Blender
Oh, it's so
4.0 and
good.
4.1, you'll definitely notice that within the background, the active clip, and also the camera, these input placeholders now show a hint about the expected values of the input.
Yeah, I noticed that with the mirror modifier. I thought for some reason I thought I had like an object selected, but I'm glad I realized that that's not the case. It's cool though. I like that.
Within the file browser, tooltips can now show the Blender version, the image dimension, and also the details of a file that you're working with.
Oh,
So whether
cool.
you're working with a video file or you're working with a simple image, this can now be visible. The eyedropper can now pick colors outside of Blender windows on Mac, and when we did try this within the beta, this wasn't the case. Now if you simply go over to the
I don't know about Mac, but it does work for Windows. I've definitely used it already before. Um, at least it works for me.
outliner, you would also notice that the outliner now has a new icon. And within the outliner context menu now contains the show hierarchy and expand/collapse all. Modifiers can now be applied from the outliner,
Oh,
and if you simply
interesting.
double click on the outliner collection, you would now also be able to select all the children.
Oh,
Camel
that's
font
nice.
has been added to support the new translation of the Cambodian language, and if you work with Linux, the input method editors are now supported for Wayland. And as we speak about the user interface, let's talk about some very interesting things that are now here. So if you're working with Blender 4.1, at this point, drag and drop is now supported. Now, it has taken us a long time to get this, but it's pretty impressive to see that this is now here. So if you do have an OBJ file, you can now click from your browser or from your window or from your Explorer, drag and drop. Super cool. So you can now import objects by simply dragging and dropping them into your viewport. So we do have this bird right here. We can hide that. And these are also supported for USD files. So we can bring in this USD file, click on OK, and we have that right here as well. The same thing can be said for Alembic files as well. So we can bring in Alembic file, play with the scale if we want, make changes to the options, and import that too. So with this
Wow.
Alembic file, I do think we have a few animation playing back. So let's see what we have. If we press the playback button, super nice. So we do have that. And this is also something I think that is pretty brilliant. So just in case you've been thinking about when will this come over to Blender, you now have it. And the same thing can be said for STL and of course some other file formats, which also includes SVG, Collada, and PLY. This is very interesting to say the least. Currently, there is nothing that has to do with FBX being imported by drag and drop, but we did notice that with 4.2, this seems to be a potential update that is coming, as we've already made a shot about that in the past. And while we speak about file types, the USD now has a new set of capabilities, which includes exporting amateurs as shape keys. There's also the scene graph instancing import support, the point instancing import support, and also a couple more updates right here. Alembic also has a couple of interesting updates. STL now has a new exporter. So the new exporter is now written in C++, and it is making the importing of STL 3 to 10 times faster than the typical Python one. And we
Wow.
just simply demoed how you can drag and drop an STL file, which is this file that we just dragged in and dropped. And for sure, you can tell that these simply import really, really quick. We do have updates for FBX, the Stanford PLY, OBJ, 3ds file, and GLTF. And while we speak about the things that you can now do within your Blender viewport, let us talk about this cool update that is now available for a lot of people. So if you do have any object selected and you right click that object, we no longer have the auto smooth. Rather, there is now the shade
Oh.
smooth by angle. This is a geometry node based shading tool which now replaces the auto smooth. So if we go ahead and let's drag out Susan the monkey and we simply subdivide this by 2, we can now right click and shade smooth by angle. Now with this, we can play with the angle that we would like to use to shade this. We can also keep the sharp edges, turn this on or turn this off. And of course, if you like to see this, if you simply drag out a new panel, click on this drop down, go over to where we have our asset browser, switch these over to the essentials, you would notice that this now comes in as a geometry node asset. And speaking about interesting updates that is now available in Blender, if you simply have an object selected and you tap I on the keyboard, all you've done is add a keyframe. So contrary to what we had in previous versions of Blender, where if you tap I on the keyboard, this brings out the insert keyframe menu. In version 4.1, if you hit I on the keyboard, all you're doing is to add a keyframe. So we can move this over to another given frame, and I can move this over to a point. We can tap I on the keyboard and that adds a keyframe to that. And we can also do
Oh.
this, tap I on the keyboard.
So you don't have to like select anymore? I assume there's still an option to select. I don't know though. To be fair though, I don't really know much about animating. It is nice. It is simplifying things, which is a good thing.
And we have that. And now for the keyframe menu, how you get that up is to tap K on the keyboard and you would notice that right here. So this has now been updated. So just in case you work with these shortcut keys, it is time to reorient and keep this in mind if you plan to work with 4.1. And for animation, there's a couple of nice and interesting new updates that are now here, as animation and rigging now ships with the bone collection. Bone collections are now hierarchical. So the collections can be shown as a tree instead of a flat list, and you can simply tile these things however you want. So depending on what you want, you can select certain joints and you can make them parents or grandparents. And the beautiful thing about this is this simply supports a simple drag and drop, as you can use this to rearrange your bones how you like them to be. Some other interesting update deals with visibility. So if you do have joints that are all tied up together in a collection, probably they've been nested. If you hide the parent or the grandparent or the great grandparent, all other sibling joints get hidden. And of course, the same thing can be done with soloing certain joints. So if you like to have any joint being soloed, all you need to do is to click on the star button and this would simply solo that joint. This is going to help a lot of rigging artists and also weight painting artists, especially if you just want to focus on one joint or make certain changes to a particular joint. The bone collection has also made its way to Rigify, so if you also work with Rigify add-on, which is a free add-on that comes with Blender, this is now also part of it. And at the same time, an unsolo operator has also been made available, so just in case you do have joints that are being soloed, probably you would like to unsolo all of them, you can now do that as well. And for the NLA, there's a brand new channel option to Action Bake. There's also a brand new Bake custom property to Action Bake. And the NLA channels has also been renamed to NLA tracks. And you can see what the comparison sort of looks like from the previous NLA and what we currently have. And for the weight painting, this seems not to have been fixed in a sense, because with what we have here, if we tap 1 on the keyboard, you can see that we can simply start weight painting with this value. At the same time, if we press 2 on the keyboard, we can switch, but there is no third button. But if you simply go over to the release note, it states that bone selection mode is made explicit when you enter the weight paint mode with an amateur. And this is exactly what we've done. As right in here, we do have this joint. So we do have this interesting joint right here. And we cannot simply go ahead and make these changes. So if we go over and switch to the weight painting, this is all we have. 1, 2, we don't have the third one. The third one isn't here. And I do think this is one of those things that might come later in as a patch, or probably would make it to 4.2. Keying has a new update which we've just talked about, and it is pretty interesting to see that for drivers there's a couple of interesting updates that you can now work with. The graph editor now ships with the scale from neighborhood operator, which is pretty impressive. There's also an add an option to automatically lock keyframe movement to either X or the Y axis. This can be found under the view and auto lock axis. There's an additional option to the right click menu on animated properties, which will allow you view the F curve that animates the object that you're looking at. And for this to work, the object or the node has to be selected, as this doesn't work independently unless there is a selection. And for motion path, we've already mentioned this in the previous video. At this point, you can now create motion paths which are tied to an active camera. So this means that the motion path would only appear in screen space when you're looking through a camera, and this is a very welcome development. And for those wondering how this is done, by default, if you do have an object, say for example traveling like this, and you have a camera, in this case we do have this camera that has been locked to this viewport, or simply locked to this, what we can do is have the object selected, and if you go over to the property section, you can scroll all the way down, go to where you have your motion path, and from here you can click on bake to active camera. So this new feature is something that is currently available, and if you click on calculate, it's going to take a look at the whole thing and calculate the motion path for this. So once you jump out of the camera, this is still visible, which is slightly different from what was mentioned on the page. So if we go right in here, you can see the motion path, which is baked to the camera, as we do have this one selected. But then I have no idea why this seems to be active on every other part, which isn't the camera at this point. So for those thinking about how you can bake this to camera, of course, this is how you can. But then you would also notice that despite the fact that we have it baked to the camera, we still have the motion path available across the entire scene, unlike what we have here, which says it only appears in screen space when looking through that camera. And for geometry nodes, we do have a couple of interesting nodes that are now here. And the baking node is one of the coolest nodes that has made its way through geometry node. This node just simply allows the saving and loading of intermediate geometries. So instead of evaluating every single node whenever you perform a node operation down the line when you're creating a node tree, you can simply have a block of node which you already have a result for, and you can bake that. At this point, baking no longer loses material, and the bake cache is no longer lost after a simple undo. And volumes can now be baked as well. There's also an update to duplicate data in bakes. And with the bake node out of the way, there's also a couple of new nodes that are now here. The split to instance node now allows for splitting a geometry into multiple pieces based on the group ID. There's also the Musgrave texture node, which was replaced by an extended noise texture node. This has now made a comeback to Blender. There's a menu switch node, a sort element node, index of switch node, the rotate rotation node, which now replaces the rotate Euler node for a faster and more clearer way of modifier rotation. And at the same time, 5 nodes have been changed to use the rotation socket introduced in the last release. And this includes the distribute point to face, instance to point, rotate instances, transform geometry, object info, and instance rotation. Fun fact, the active camera input node now gives the scene's current camera object. So just in case you're trying to build a geometry node with the camera, this is now super possible. And for performance, there's also a couple of interesting updates for performance, as the extrude mesh is now 6 times faster for large meshes with many vertex group, and the shortest distance path node can now be at least 60 times faster. And like we mentioned before, the auto smooth has now been replaced with the smooth by angled node. And for those who like to read up about this and see how this calculates the vertex, faces, and also face corner normals when working with it, they might want to simply go over to the geometry node release page alongside the modeling node release page and read this. And speaking about the modeling, right now modeling seems to have a very tiny update. And one of the new feature types of update that is now here deals with the curve. So the new curve type now supports new operators. The draw tool. The draw tool now has the option to create nerve curves directly. There's also the extrude operator, the duplicate operator, and operators that can control the tilt of a curve. And for rendering, just like we have with geometry node, Musgrave texture has made a comeback. And for lighting, the point and spotlight now have a soft fall off option. And this makes the light render the same as in Blender 3.6. Of course, this behavior is not physically based, but helps to avoid sharp boundaries when the light intersects with other geometries. And this option is turned on by default. And of course, if you like to turn this off, you can turn it off and get a much more nicer looking lighting effect if you're considering creating lights that are more physically based than what you get with 3.6. And for Hydra, there's a couple of new supports, which includes the Material X, the particle system here, and also the exporting of large meshes, which has now been parallelized, giving it up to 6 times speed depending on the scene you're working on and the hardware you're working with. And a very interesting new update that is now available, which I'm very super excited about, is Open Image Denoiser now has a GPU.
Lucidchart makes intelligent diagramming easy.
We got an
Helps
ad.
your best ideas become real.
Acceleration. Now we did mention this in the past, and it is pretty interesting to see that this is something that we do have. So just in case you're working on a scene and you would like to get that viewport rendering looking super cool really fast, and you don't want to rely on your CPU to do that, the opening image denoiser GPU acceleration makes this look super quick. So the supported GPU for this now includes the GTX, all the 16 series, the Titan V series, and all RTX GPUs. So if you simply have any of these ones, you can go ahead and work with it. More so if you have an Intel GPU with the Xe HPG architecture or a newer version, or probably you're working on a Mac with Apple Silicon and you have a version of Mac OS 13 and above, which is actually something that we currently have, you would also notice a significant update in terms of the noising, as the GPU helps to reduce memory usage and cost and provides a much faster denoising compared to what we have when using or relying on the CPU. And there's a couple of benchmarks here to show, and if you do own an AMD GPU, the rendering support has now been added for RDNA 3 generation APUs. And for Linux CPU rendering performance has now been improved to be 5% across different benchmarks. Another interesting place where we have some cool updates deals with the compositor. So within the compositor, there is a new set of interesting things which you can now do. They've added support for a couple of things, which includes the vector blur, the defocus, the cryptomat, and also screen keying. There's also the new split node which was added, and this simply replaces the split viewer, which has exactly the same functionality. There's a new size input to the Kuwahara node, which was added to allow variable sizing. There's also a new size property which has been added to the pixelate node as well. More so, if you're thinking about working with precision options or you like to play with a new filter type, there is also a new filter type that has been added to this. And for those who are thinking about reading up on this and probably want to check out some of the cool things that have been added to...
Yeah, I downloaded this this morning. So I'm watching a few videos on what's new because I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. I guess I could look at the sort of documentation if I wanted to. But it's also nice to sort of digest it all in a video format. Oh yeah. Hi. Hello. Welcome.
To the compositor, these ones are right here. Currently, Eevee has little to no update except for the renaming, and we're having our fingers crossed because we'll begin to see some new updates and some interesting features come over to Blender 4.2 in terms of Eevee Next. So hopefully we'll be getting some more things for Eevee Next when this gets released. The Python API now has a couple of interesting updates, and that also can be said for the sculpting. Although for the sculpting, we're not getting as much update like we think we'll be getting, but I kind of believe that with 4.2, we might also be getting some more updates in that regard. And speaking about sculpting, there's a cool new update that I think we're almost leaving out, and that has to do with shape keys. So at this point, you can now lock shape keys. So just in case you are making a shape key for multiple objects or for any object whatsoever, you can lock that shape key so you don't tamper with it when you're making adjustments. So in case you are trying to make some blend shapes, modify some blend shapes, if there are blend shapes you don't want to tamper over time, you can now lock those and focus on the ones you want to work on at a given time. Some other thing which I believe a lot of you guys may also want to see is if you're working with a video sequence editor. And for the video sequence editor, performance has also been improved as the timeline interface now repaints about 3 to 4 times faster. And for effect, the glow is about 6 to 10 times faster, the wipe is also about 6 to 20 times faster, gamma cross is now 4 times faster, Gaussian blur is 1.5 times faster, and the solid color is about 2 times faster. The Luma Weaver Room display calculation is about 8 to 15 times faster. And for those who are thinking about working with scopes, you can now see there is a new facelift and visual look improvement to the scopes as they more closely resemble industry looking tools. And for add-ons, there's a couple of improvements to the GLTF 2.0 and also Rigify, and for Exporter, there's some new features and enhancements that I believe you can take full advantage of. And for those who are looking for more add-ons, there's going to be multiple links in the description that will take you to brand new add-ons that are currently available, and we're making a list to make some announcement of these add-ons later down the week. So this is it. For those who are thinking about checking this one out, then you can simply go over to the link in the description and
Alright, pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff for 4.1. Stuff. Alright, I do actually, before we move on back to working on Perona, I do want to watch this one as well. 5 amazing new features hands-on, because why not? It's only 10 minutes long. Why not? Is there anything else? I don't know, but it's fine. Let's look. Wait. Okay, yeah. Let's just watch it. We'll see if it's good. If it, like, offers, interesting stuff.
Gentlemen, it's Mike here at Game from Scratch, and if all is right with the world, Blender 4.1 should be released today, or if it's already out right now, go ahead and download it. What we're going to do in this video is look at 5 of the coolest new features in Blender 4.1, and sadly look at one feature that is not, and that is Blender Eevee Next, which sadly is probably the feature I was looking forward to the most. It's the next generation of the Eevee real-time renderer. Sadly, it got bumped back to Blender 4.2, so if you're waiting for Eevee Next, you're not going to get it in this release. Hopefully in the next release, though. But now let's look at things that we actually did get. So here we are in Blender 4.1, technically the release candidate. I'm recording this before the release goes live. And what we're going to do is sacrifice a default cube because, of course, we're going to. All right, with the sacrifices out of the way, I'm going to show you something that I have wanted in Blender since the very first time I used Blender, and I am absolutely delighted that it is here now. So I'm going to go ahead into my downloads folder, and I'm going to go and find a rubber duck. This rubber duck is from Sketchfab. You're going to notice here that I have 2 models. The first one here is an OBJ file, and I'm just going to drop this into the scene, and what you're going to notice is the OBJ importer pops up immediately. This is something that should have been there all along. It is finally there now. It is also smart enough to pull in the material file and automatically apply the texture. This is wonderful. So you're able to drag and drop in 3D file formats into Blender, and it will automatically invoke the right importer and make things work. However, this isn't a shining onto cool feature.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit because this is labeled this video. I don't really use drag and drop, so that's why I skipped forward a little bit. The auto smooth, though, I do want to learn more about that. Geometry node baking. I mean, I don't really use geometry nodes, but when I do decide to use geometry node stuff, I would like to know about that. I don't know too much about the denoising and then viewport compositing.
Number 2, we're going to sacrifice yet another default cube. So goodbye, cube. All right, so now what we're going to do is replace it with a Susan. Here's the monkey. All right, so there we go. So we've got a monkey in the world. And to really illustrate what this one's all about, I need to go back in time to Blender 4.0. So here we are in Blender 4.0. Let's start a new project up here. We'll sacrifice a 4.0 cube as well and create a monkey here as well. So one of the things that has changed here, in object mode here for this guy, if I right click, we have Shade Smooth and Shade Smooth Auto. These have actually been replaced. So when you're shading something you do all the time with mesh modeling, well, it has changed in functionality in Blender 4.1. So here we are in Blender 4.1 in object mode, and you'll notice it is still there, but we also have Shade Smooth by angle. And what this will do, you'll see the invocation down here. You can pick the angle and to keep sharp edges. So if I switch over to edge mode, you will see the edges that it has provided there. So it is basically the same functionality, but where this really changes, let's go ahead and create, so back to object mode, we will add another monkey in place. So they basically changed the way that the Shade Smooth has worked. And that has had a couple of ramifications. Back here, if you wanted to change the edge amount, that was actually done down here under normals. So now that's been incorporated directly into the Shade Smooth by edge, but that's not the only change we've got with the way that Shade Smooth will operate. So now you've got it available as a modifier. So this is going to change the way you work with it. So you come down here to normals, and you're going to find Shade Smooth by angle. So you can implement it that way. You can have it ignore sharpness or not. And then you have another option here for shading smooth, and this is going along with the typical way of doing things in Blender these days. So let's create one more monkey here and grab it and move it over this way. And of course, it is geometry nodes. So come down here, and we'll bring up our geometry node editor, like so. And we can apply a geometry node to this guy right here, like so. And what we can do is add a new unit, and it is a Shade Smooth, like so. Drop it in, and boom. And then you got control over how it was implemented and so on. So Shade Smooth was completely rewritten. There is the new Shade Smooth by angle option by right-clicking in the object. There is also the modifier stack version of it, as you can see right here. And then, of course, there is the geometry nodes version of it as well. So completely new approach to shading smooth, but I think this is much more flexible. It will fit into more pipelines and just basically work better all around. Next up, we have a powerful new feature on the geometry node side of things, and that is baking. So what we got here, this is geometry nodes demo from the Godot site. Let's open this up here, switch over to our geometry nodes editor, and I will show you what this is all about. So what we want to do is grab the one that's generating the leaves on this tree. So here is the node network that is generating these leaves. Let's scroll that up and into view. So you got this thing, it calculates, does a bunch of things over and over again. But what you might find is that you just don't want this network to run again and again and again and again. There's this huge performance randomization. Let's say you have hundreds of trees in your scene. That is not ideal because basically it is looping through this entire process to create the leaves on this tree. So what you can do now, and this is really cool, is I can come in here and I can add a new node of type bake. I'll just drop that in between there, and now this can be baked, boom, like so. And then now it's not running through the entire node network anymore. It's basically just running from here to here. So it's going to make it super, super, super fast. Now, let's say you want to actually go ahead and change something on this tree. What do I do? Let's come back here somewhere in the network, and we'll just change this seed. So you notice I'm changing it, and literally nothing is happening. So as I change the seed, nothing is happening on our model. Well, what you do is you head on back over here to your bake node, like so, and you just bake again. And then it updates it. So if you change a setting in your network, you basically what you're doing is saying, okay, now update it. And then boom, it will recalculate the geometry node network. Basically, it's making everything from the left side of this. So everything that connects into this pinpoint, it's already being cached. So you're getting the performance benefit of basically an end result as opposed to an update. The downside is, of course, if you make any changes to it, you're going to have to rebake it manually. But if you're dealing with something, again, like you've got a bunch of trees that you're literally instantiating into a forest, doing that with geometry nodes where it's calculating the entire node network every time is going to have huge performance costs. But putting this baking in there, and you saw how easy it was. I literally just dropped the baking node in, and I was done. Really powerful new feature. Now, this isn't the only change for geometry nodes in Blender 4.1. The other things are definitely smaller, but pretty cool. For one, the Musgrove texture has been replaced with a noise texture, so now it's a property of the noise texture. On top of that, there's a switch menu, splits to instances, and index switch nodes have all been added. Sort elements nodes allowed rendering of geometry elements based on a sort key, and other additions there. So geometry nodes just keep getting better and better, which is quite nice. But again, it's the baking that I think is the big new deal here.
Thank you again. I know we just talked through a lot, so why don't you give the rest of the team a quick call and just catch them up to speed.
Feature is the new addition of GPU support for the denoiser. So if you're doing Cycles viewport rendering, you're going to find this one is a lifesaver. So right now what you see, this is the barbershop scene, but it's using optics as a denoiser. And we're going to move around the scene a little bit, and you're going to see, as it kicks in, the process or the speed in which the denoising takes. So it's not bad at all. Now what I'm going to do is switch that one out to the open image denoise, and now we're going to see we can do fast or albedo only, so let's just move that around. And what you're going to see is this is damn near real time. So you're getting a much better representation of what the denoising is going to look like. You have the option at any time to switch this back to CPU, but generally you're not going to want to do this because you'll see the speed results right away on the denoising. It is not real-time-esque like it is if you use the new GPU. But if you use GPU, you're going to see, once again, moves things around, and you can see how fast that denoiser is kicking in. So that one is really going to be a godsend for people working with a GPU and the Cycles renderer. But there is a caveat. As of right now, it does not work on AMD GPUs. It's something that is definitely in the works. I think in 4.2, AMD support should be there as well. But if you're using an Intel Arc, an M1 or M series Mac, or an NVIDIA card like what you're seeing in this demo, you now have GPU support for denoising and open image denoise, and it makes a huge difference. So our final cool new feature, this is a continuation of something that was added in Blender 4, and this is real-time viewport compositing. So you can take the normal compositing workflow like this. Let's go on down here to the compositor like so. I'm going to say use nodes. We're going to get this very simple node network right here, just like working with geometry nodes or shader graphs, so on. And I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say, okay, let's do compositor always. So this is going to render whatever we do here. So I'm going to do a really simple one. I'm going to come up here. We'll go into a hue, saturation, and value, drop that node in there to connect the two, and now what you're going to see is in the viewport, you can actually work real-time nodes and composite things and so on. So this was actually added in Blender 4.0. The big development actually is more of a maturity thing. So once again, here from the release notes, we see that they have added the nodes Vector Blur, Defocus, Crypto Matte, and Keying Screen. And the key thing here is this completes support for all nodes with the exception of passes in the render layers nodes, which only supports image, alpha, and depth passes. So basically, this new compositor, the real-time compositor, has parity, with that one exception, to the offline or standard rendered compositor. So if you're doing real-time viewport compositing, it should now basically be the same as just compositing any other time. So those are the 5 coolest new features in my humble opinion, but there is a bunch more there. Once it has gone live, I will link the release notes down below if you want to go ahead and check out the full release.
Alright, could you imagine? I can't. Alright. That's basically it, I think. Whoops. New Blender stuff, huh? Blender 4.1. What the hell? Very nice. We'll see if I use any of it. Or whatever. You know? Alright. So yeah. We are in 4.1. How exciting. Ooh. It's a new version. Alright. So now that we're done with sort of seeing what's new, seeing what's up, let's continue with whatever the fuck I'm doing with Blender. But yeah, have you tried Blender 4.1, Katniss? I see you have. It has been out for like about a week or so, but it was like, what was it? But I think it only like recently, like a couple days ago, was like on the front page of Blender being like, here you go, download it. Sorry, I have like a nail or something. Anyway. I use 4.1, RC 4.1. Okay. Before 4.1 was released. What's your thoughts on it? Is it good? Ooh. No practical difference, okay. Alrighty then. Oh, shit. Alright. So where were we? Open denoise on GPU is a nice addition. Yeah, I don't think I've ever used... Well, I mean, I don't really use cycles. But that does appear to be very nice to those who use it. I mean, there's a lot of things that they added that I don't use. But someone uses, so that's cool. Mm, 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 mm. You care about this? No, I don't. No, I don't. Alright. Sorry, I got distracted yet again. Okay. So now that I'm done looking at what's new, let's go back. So, I'm done with the skirt and the belt. And now I'm moving on to the shirt. I got the general shape of the shirt down a few days ago, I believe. And so now, my job, or my sort of goal, is to remesh it so that I want this to be a lot smoother so it's not like weird, and I'm not using like this basically to sort of try to make it the shape that I want, because I think that looks very ugly. Well, I also want to add more geometry on this part because at the most part, at the moment, sorry, not the most part, at the moment, due to the low geometry, it is very pointy and blocky and stuff like that. Um, what is it? Here's a tip: make a complete face loop around the edge. Oh, you mean for like the collar here? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was going to do that. Because the way I have it now, as you can see, is not a complete face loop. So it looks very not good. So yeah, that is one of the goals when I get to remeshing in a little bit. And then, yeah. And then add the extra details like the little ruffles that are at the ends. I think I might do what I'm going to do with the skirt and just like extrude a little bit of geometry, and then just sort of use like a texture to sort of paint on the little thingies. Then you won't have any odd parts at the edge. It would be fuller, further in the visible thing. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that. I need to make this part of the shirt like, I guess, like thicker because it seems to like bunch up here. And then of course I'm going to do the same for the collar area. It's going to have a bit of a bit of like fluff or whatever you would call that. So yeah, it shouldn't take me too long, I don't think. I think the part that will take me a bit longer is going to be this like cape thing that she has. Because yeah. But, you know, we'll get there. And then afterwards, I think the last thing I need to work on, I do want to edit the little flower thing that I made up for her hair. I want to add a bit more thickness to them because I feel like they need a little bit more thickness. And then finally, the last thing would be the crown. And then this outfit is done. And then, I'd have to work on this outfit as well. I think I am leaning towards doing it just because, you know, I made multiple outfits for Medusa. She has multiple outfits. I should do it. Even if I do have to make two different hairs. I think overall, it's a good learning process. Even if I am going to lose hair while making the hair. So yeah. let's begin with the remeshing a little bit. So I'm going to copy this, I think, as a base, just so I have something to work off of. I could potentially add or subtract points from it, but like I said, I'll decide that. Let's see, shrink wrap. What's shirt one? Oh, that's shirt one. Okay. Yeah, I could delete that. So yeah, I think generally this is like the shape I want. It's hard to tell though because of the sort of cape she's wearing, but I'm pretty sure this is the general shape that I'm supposed to be going for. Maybe I could bring this up. Oh, well, I'm probably gonna have to do that after I apply this shrink wrap. So that's fine. Oh, wait, I don't have face. Alright. Oops. Alright. I'm also going to copy this and this. And I'm going to join them. Just so that I have a solid beginning and end points for the edges. I could always add more vertexes if needed, you know. But this is a pretty decent starting point. Okay. It seems like these points here are a bit in line, like inward, I mean, because the part that like reaches this far into the hand is the sort of ruffly bit. So I think there would be good. Whoops! Oh shit! Accidentally extruded the wrong one. I'm trying to think. Overall, I'm perfectly fine with reusing some of these sections here. Oh, oh, I think I accidentally. Wait, what? There we go. Mm, 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 mm. Probably will need a lot more points specifically in the front, just so I get to cover it well enough, you know. All right. You know what? I need to turn on my topology. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. Oops. Whoa. Line left. I guess I have to do like something like this. I wonder if that works. Hold on, I want to see. Oh. Okay, yeah, it definitely doesn't work. You know what? Let me put on some music for myself. I'm kind of just working um silently. That's freaking me out. Not really. What else was I gonna say? I don't really know what else I wanted to say today. Ooh, I guess I am super fucking cold. Holy shit. The heating that we have kind of like stopped working. And we thought it'd be fine because it's kind of like starting to get warm again. But it's been really cold these last few days. And so like I'm literally wrapped up in a blanket while I sit in my chair because it's so yeah. Hmm. Fuck. Okay. Sorry. Let's continue. How do I want to do this? I don't think it'd work if I just use quads or just like straight up go from top to bottom. I think I need to sort of mess around a bit. I could sort of try to structure it a bit how it was before. Maybe more? I don't know. Hmm. The fuck? Wait, is this not like attached? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's not. Oh shit. Okay, that definitely does change the way the shape is. The hell? Why does it look worse with the what's it called? Uh, with the subdivision? What the hell? What the fuck? What? Hmm. All right. I think that's pretty all right. He thinks. What's going on? I don't know. Anyway, what's going on? Hmm. Hmm. Ooh. Oh, I guess something that has been popping up on my For You page a little bit. Um, has been the sort of Overwatch inspired Marvel game coming out. I don't really care too much about superhero movies and stuff like that, but it does seem very interesting, and I will, of course, especially since it is going to apparently be free to play, I will try it out. Because why not? There is no negative. Yeah, and it seems interesting. I'm always a big fan of hero shooters, just because I feel like um you can come up with a lot of cool ideas. I mean, obviously this is very different because they're using like superheroes that have already been around for a long time. So like, you know, the the sort of ability list of things it can do is already set pretty much. But yeah, it still will be fun. I think just give it a try. Why not? I like giving games a try, even if for a little bit better than nothing, you know, kind of thing. Especially if it is free. Doesn't hurt anyone. What is it? Alright, I am going to use the bathroom. And when I come back, what am I gonna do when I come back? I want to edit these extra, like, things sticking out a little bit so they look a bit more. Even though the detail that I'm going to add there is going to be on a texture image, I'm not going to use geometry for that. I might also add an extra loop here and smooth things out just so that there's, like, more loops here. The more loops, I think, the better it's going to turn out looking. So, yeah. Like I said, yeah. I will be right back. You know what I should do, actually? It's such a good idea. I should make a because I am using StreamerBot a lot more, or not that a lot more, but I have been I made 2 commands the other day, which I haven't actually been able to use because I haven't been playing any games. I should make a command to turn on the be right back screen and mute myself, so I don't have to do both at the same time. I might do that when I come back, and I'll show it off on stream as well, how it's done, for those who care, because I'm pretty sure it doesn't leak anything. So yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I'm responding to a text message. Sorry. Text message. So yeah, 1 second. Hmm. Alright. Hold on, let me see something. Let me make sure. How does this work? Hold on. Alright. Here is StreamerBot. I have 2 commands currently on it. Toggle blender scene, which turns on the blender scene and switches the game channel over to art. There's an issue with both the toggle blender scene and the toggle game scene where even if you toggle it off, it still changes the game channel to, you know, either art for Blender or, Helldivers 2 for the game. I think there is also a way to sort of, what's it called? Auto detect what game you're playing. I think I heard someone talk about that in one of the videos that I watched. How to set that up, I don't know. So, yeah. So let's set up a BRB thing, I think. I'm gonna call it, what is it, like, toggle BRB. And yeah, and then we could make some actions, which we could go to OBS, sources, set source visible state. We can make it a toggle. And I think BRB text. And then I also, hold on, let me see, sources, mute state, I think. Source. This is the only one I don't know how to do. Because I think I also wanted to do this for the game scene thing, where I wanted it to unmute the desktop audio, because right now it's muted, because I like to keep it muted. Hello, Zotic. Hello. More, I don't know how to say your name. More. Ow. sub-actions. I guess this is image selector color. Ow. So I'm like pulling my hair out. This one, no, it's not that one, right? No. Yeah. I don't really see a way to do it. At least not that I know of. I could probably look it up somewhere. Ow. But yeah. I'll figure it out. I just wanted to show a little bit of how that is. What's going on with that. But yeah. I'm still not too... I still don't know too much about it. I still have much to learn. My purchase is gonna be up to this week. Okay. I am working on making Perona from One Piece. And I'm currently working on her shirt. As I am done with the shoe and the skirt stuff. So I'm moving up. Precious coming here, what the fuck? So yeah. And that's what I was doing earlier today. I was remeshing the shirt that I have right now. So that I could create a version that is a lot better and works well even after low poly. Yeah, right. I have to. I'm still not good with hair. I don't really like doing hair. And the worst part about this character too, is that if I do want to make her second outfit after the time skip, her hair changes as well and is now like multiple strands of tangled up garbage nonsense, which is gonna be a mess to do as well. But yeah, I'm not too excited to do that, but it is something I have to do. But yeah, for the pigtails, I'm gonna follow what this version of her is going with, using 2 strands for each pigtail, or what are they? Yeah, right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how long I've been doing this for. I think it is about a week. But I think I'm doing all right on my progress. Ow. But yeah. So yeah, right now I am remeshing the shirt, um, just so that it looks good while it's low poly. Because the old shirt, this one right here, is this the old shirt? Yeah, it is. It has a, oh no, it doesn't actually. What the hell? Oh yeah, you could see. It has a subdivision. Without the subdivision, it looks very, I guess like low poly. Specifically around the chest area. So I wanted to fix that. And also it looks really weird around the collar area. I want this to sort of have a bit of a loop. So yeah, I think the newer version that I made is a lot better. And this is without a subdivision as well, which I think is a good thing. Looking at the art, so let's try this one. Let's like, then weights. Yeah, right. All of them are like that. That's one thing that they all have in common. Yeah, right? He sure does. But yeah. So far so good. And I'm also trying something different with the way the eyes are gonna work. Instead of using eye sockets, I'm going to be using a plane, and I've drawn on the eye. So I'm testing that out a little bit to see how it's gonna work. But yeah. So yeah, I could add a loop cut here in the middle, because there was one before and I deleted it because I thought I was using too many vertices. But yeah, how's it going for you? For you guys, how's it going? I should add a loop cut there for some reason. Maybe not. Oh, you know, I forgot to turn on shrink wrap. That's right. Okay. There we go. Oh yeah, that doesn't really change or add anything to it, honestly. Yeah, I was actually thinking of what's it called? Checking it out later on stream, doing a few rolls of the new character that came out. Is it you haven't got around for this game better now? Also doing good old art grind. That's good. That's good that it's getting better. And yeah, doing art is always nice. At least for me. I always like doing it. A nice constant in the day. I feel like I should bring this up more like towards this level here. I feel like this is going way too low now. Well, I guess that matches more of the shape, the original. I guess I want it to sort of be more in line. But yeah, I haven't really played much of the new update since it basically came out last night. But yeah, I'm down to check it out. I'm down basically to do some rolls. I have like 50, I think, and I'm guaranteed. So who knows? Maybe we'll get something good out of it. Yeah, that works, I think. Yeah, I did. I rushed it like in the last like 3 days before the update, or before the events ended. So I did everything. I did the story. I did all the events that I still needed to do. And yeah, I got it all done. Which is why I managed to get 50 rolls by the update. Because he's got a shit ton of Stellar Jade from just fucking around. Yeah, I understood it a bit. Some things I'm still a little bit confused about. Um, oh, I don't know how I feel about this. Maybe it's fine. But I get what's going down. Something's amiss with the dreamscape of Pinnacone or whatever. Did I say the name? I think so. Something's happening. It has been a pretty cool update though, story-wise, and just like the new world. It is really cool. I don't know how to explain it. The sort of aesthetic of it. Um, I don't know why I'm blanking about the sort of inspiration that they're going with or for. But yeah, even though I did say I speed ran it. It did take me like 3 days to complete the story. Yeah, I did see that. It is the first year anniversary. It's kind of crazy that we're already at the first year. It feels like it just like came out not that long ago. But I guess yeah, it has been quite a bit. Yeah, and I've also seen the sort of yeah, right. It doesn't feel like it's been a year. Yeah, I mean, comparatively to like people have been comparing it a lot to these sort of anniversary events with Genshin. I think Genshin got like 10 pulls or something. Or was it 30 this time? I don't remember. But comparatively, Honkai Star has been getting a lot better and more rewards than Genshin has. What, for Genshin? I think they just did like some like basic stuff like, oh hey, um, here's like some polls, basically what we're doing right now. But I guess there is kind of like a bit of an event going on right now revolving around the fact that it's been around for a year. Alright, thank you. And yeah. Good luck with your art. Hopefully one day I'll be able to see it, maybe. No pressure though. Give you 5 balls. Yeah, right. It's laughable. The kind of rewards they gave you. It's really weird how seems like they definitely have a favorite. Oh, really? Who? I wonder why this part didn't get like. Was this part not shrink wrapped? Hold on, wait. I could check. It was. I wonder why it's sunken so much. Bizarre. Let me see. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, let me see. Oh, cool. It's Zoro. That looks really good. I assume this is made in something other than Blender. I'm not sure which one it is, though, just from the look of it. I don't know too much about, like, Maya or ZBrush. But it still looks really good. Blender's all... Oh, I guess it looks a bit more clay-like. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Probably the Minecraft. Yeah, right? Nice. Very nice, very nice. You do some more good work then. That looks really cool. It looks really well made. Alright then. Have a good day. Have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Oh yeah, just spoiled the update for me. Hey, how that happens? Oh really? What happened with that? Thumbnail and title just give away a pretty major event. Oh shit. Oh, I see. Luckily, I haven't been spoiled about it yet. My transmission is just broken. Yeah, I kind of want to roll for her. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. Because why not, you know? They look interesting. They look fun to play with. And she's Nihility, which I think is really cool. Such a cool concept for a character. Have you gone on to roll yet, I wonder? Do some spins. Try your luck. Just use her. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, are you doing like the sort of like the test thing where you're able to test the characters beforehand? It is really cool. I like how you have to like activate it 3 times. It is really cool. Yeah, the trial. I tried her out yesterday night. I got on like after the once the servers came back on and tried her out. Yeah, I wonder why the hand was like that. That's really odd to find that. Mine isn't ready yet? Oh. Oh, interesting. What the hell? Why did they go in like two completely different directions? That's odd. Peculiar. There we go. I think that's it. I do want to add some sort of like thickness down here. I don't know if shooting it's the right option though. Oh, that works actually. Wait, is there subdivision on or something? No, there isn't. Really? Oh, that's actually so good. Holy shit, because recently I've been running out of relic inventory because I haven't really gotten any good relics to sort of use all my relics on. So I'm kind of just sitting on them. I could probably recycle some of the ones that I think are bad, but going through all that is kind of annoying. Oh, but that'd be so good. I was always at max capacity at the moment. I would everything. Yeah, right. Because you know, it's like you never know kind of thing. Like this relic might end up being really good in the future. What if? And then next you know, you're like hoarding. Let's not include that actually. I think it's fine without it. But yeah, that is very exciting then. That is a relative like that is actually a really good change. Yeah. I was waiting on hopping on later today to do my rolls. I could do them now, especially if I was also willing to wait for someone who cared about Honkai Star Rail to come on so that I could do them as well. Alright then. Give me one moment. Let me just fix this collar here and then I'll go do that. I think that's good? Yeah. It should be fine. I might bring it. Nah, it's fine. I was gonna say I could bring this like maybe a bit closer. And in some areas I can, but this is gonna be where the detail is gonna come in with the little fluffy bits. So it's gonna be mostly alphaed out for the most part. Alright. Give me one moment. Let me load up Honkai Star Rail. Let's hope. Fingers crossed. I am guaranteed, like I said, but I think I'm like down to like 0 in terms of like my current, where I am currently on the amount of rolls that I've done. And I have like 50. So hopefully I can get her in 50 rolls. I'm probably not gonna be able to get her like cone if I do get her, that is, though. But it's fine. I roll for her because she's cool, not because I'm going to, like, min-max the shit out of her. Yeah, and I mean, technically, I'll have an extra, like, 30 rolls in, like, a few days. So, yeah, I technically, I have 80 rolls, which is pretty much guaranteed. Alright, let me hide Blender. And let me change the category real quick to Star Rail. Yeah, and afterwards we'll continue back to with Blender. Just uh, a bit of a, what's it called? A bit of a break to do some funny rolls. Yeah, right. We want people to think that I'm doing art and stuff. I have the same thoughts whenever I like look up Blender tags on Twitch and I see people not doing Blender stuff, and I'm like, I can't believe the false advertising. And then I realize now that it's kind of tedious to change the tags all the time, depending on what you're doing. So I just leave Blender on all the time because I do mostly do Blender, with the occasional gaming here and there. Let me close out. But yeah, I've also seen some leaks about future characters coming out, specifically 2 characters. I've seen a little bit of their gameplay. They look really cool, for the most part, from what I have seen. I don't know if you have seen too. The singer looks cool. Yeah, right? What's her name? Robin, right? She looks cool. I think all I've seen from her is her ult, where apparently she continues to sing after her ult was cast. And then the other guy, the I don't know if you've seen that one as well. I don't want to talk about leaks if you haven't seen them. Don't want to spoil and stuff like that. I just Robin. Okay, I won't talk about the other person then. Unless you're okay with that. Alright. Well, he has like a robot arm, and he's like a gunslinger type of character. He also seems really cool. He has like a lot of effects going on with his kit. I think his like basic attack is just like a big kick, where he like puts his leg up really high and then brings it down. Uh, but yeah, he also seems pretty cool. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I think that's basically everyone that I've seen. I like to look at leaks because then I can sort of decide what I would want. in the future. I think it's better. I'm okay with leaks in that regard. Because it's kind of like, I'm looking at future characters I could potentially get. So I could be a bit more mindful of how I use my roles. Oh, that is also true. Yes, the new MC. I think it's Harmony, right? Is the next path she's getting, or I guess he, depending on which one you got. That is pretty cool. Also, I have seen that as well. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Alright. Okay, let me put this up on screen then. Now that it is open and now that it is not behaving weird. Hello. Alright, here I am. Okay. Big money, big bucks. We're rolling. We're doing a bit of gambling. I'm like those people in those videos where they start like rubbing the screen of the slot machine, hoping to get what they want. So yeah, 57 rolls. I just claimed I think 2 extra special tickets. I don't know what to call them. But yeah. Alright, let's do one. Yeah, right. They're so funny. I don't think that was it, right? No, that wasn't it. Okay, first roll. Yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure I'm like at 0 pity. Because I think I stopped rolling when I failed my 50-50 last time. Oh my god! Never mind. Okay, we got Dan Hung. I think I already have him maxed out. I guess I wouldn't mind getting the new character as well. What is he? I think he... Isn't he... I want to say... I don't know why I want to say Harmony. It's not Harmony, though. It's, Abundance? He's a healer. Yeah. Okay, 2 more. Big money, big bucks. Damn. I'm not even getting the new character. That's all shafted I'm getting. At least I got Pella. Alright, last one. Last one. At least for like a few days. I'll come back like once I get the 30 pulls. Yeah, right. I'm gonna have to start rubbing this screen. I imagine if I break the screen. Okay, no. Alright then. What a shame. 50 rolls in the dumpster. Not even getting the new character. But it's fine though, because I will get 30. And I could do the 1 pulls. I like to save up for the 10 pulls though. I find it more satisfying, in my opinion. I'm pretty close though for the reward thing. I need 2 more. 2 more 10 pulls. And then I could choose. We'll do one pull. We might get lucky. Shit, okay. You know what? Let's just round it out to 5. Because, you know, why not? It makes sense, you know? Shit, okay. Alright then. So in a few days, I should have enough to do 3 more 10 pulls. And I'm pretty sure at that point, I'm guaranteed. So yeah. Where is it? This one. So yeah, very unlucky. What a shame. But she will be mine. Alright then. That's it for it. Dog. Oh, you hear my dogs barking. Yeah, there's someone here to fix the heating system because it broke. And so now I'm basically just freezing in my house. So the dogs are barking. Sorry about that. I can't really control that. But yeah, that was it for that. Like I said, hopefully in a few days, what's it called? I should get enough to roll some more. And then we're guaranteed to get 100%. I believe. But yeah, good stuff. I mean, I haven't. When Arlecchino comes out in Genshin, I'll do another uh some rolls. I haven't actually logged into Genshin for a long time. I think it's been like more than a month now. But I have saved up quite a bit, so when she comes out, I will be pulling for her and her weapon. So look forward to that. I don't know. I don't remember how much I have, but I think it's like 180, or actually, I think it's 150. I'm gonna be very, very sparingly. Was it one? I don't know. I need to log in again to sort of check. Hmm. Anyway, we're back. So the shirt is done pretty much. That's everything I wanted to do with the shirt. I just wanted to retopologize it so that it was smoother. Already uninstalled. Fair enough. Read a bunch of gigs, yeah, right. Yeah, I just haven't had enough time to play the game. Compared to Honkai Star Rail, it's a bit more of a time investment, which is why I haven't really picked it up in a while. Too busy playing with friends late at night when I usually would do a lot of my um gotcha daily stuff. So yeah. Alright. So now we're gonna move on to the cape that she's wearing. The cape thing. I think first, because it's going to be easier, I'm going to try to make the bow. And then I'll try to make the cape stuff afterwards. But before I do that, I am going to use the bathroom. And also I need to do something real quick. So I will be right back. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh god. I had to help someone with something, and they managed to lock themselves out of their account. How annoying. I can't really help them with that right now, though. Anyway, I'm back. Zodic had to go. But yeah, good one, Zodic. Even though you're probably not here to hear that. Very frustrating. I want to try something out. Hold on. Alright, whatever. I can't do anything about it now. I got locked out because the capture was being weird. Alright, sorry. I'm a bit disheveled right now because of all that nonsense. I'll try again later. But yeah. Like I said, before I left, um, what was I gonna say? The shirt is pretty much done. The extra details, like here around the collar, and the extra little ruffle bits that sort of stick out from the shirt are going to be added the same way the ones on the skirt are going to be added, which is basically me using a texture and sort of alphaing out the geometry, so I don't have to like use a bunch of geometry to sort of give the illusion of all these little things, all these little whatever you call them, ruffles. That's what I've been calling it, ruffles. And now we're moving on to the I keep on calling it a cape. I'm gonna keep on calling it a cape because I don't know exactly what it is. The cape. Right, and like I said, I think it's going to be easy to do the bow first. I'm basically just gonna do it into multiple parts. I'm gonna make this thing in the middle, 2 of these on the side, and then 2 strands coming off of it. I guess I could make it like something like this, where it seems like there's a bit of a loop. That might be easier to do with a curve. I'll have to think about it. But first things first is the middle part. And I think I should be able to do the middle part using a cube and subdividing it. I also do want to add this sort of like bit that seems like it's just a bit of something going down. Like if I were to apply this, it looks like this is sort of like going down like that. I'm gonna make it all one object. I could just use a mirror modifier. Less hassle and less worrying about. Whoops. Oh, what's going on? I could just think like that, like a bit of an opening, basically. I wonder if I should put another subdivision. I feel like if I add another subdivision, like, yeah, that looks good. If I were to apply that, oh, actually not that bad. But then that means that everything else that I make is gonna have to have a level of subdivision. Alright, I want to try to do this next part with a curve. Hold on 1 second. Alright, whatever. Okay. Sorry. Let's see what's going on. Let's see let's see what else is going on here. Hmm. Very nice. Hello. Welcome, welcome. The fuck? What am I looking at? Ooh. Oh, sorry. How are you? How's the what's it called? How's the new update for you? Hmm. Well, okay, sorry. Let's get back to actually doing the Blender stuff. Sorry, I got distracted again. Oh, that's cool. Forgot about that. Let's actually pull because she's basically fits my quantum team perfectly. Glad I did consider my like combo. Well, that's good. Yeah, I did some pulls earlier today because Zodic was here, and he also partakes in a bit of Honkai Star Railing. Very unlucky though. I did 50 pulls, or like 5-10 pulls, and I didn't get her, sadly. What is it? The pulls, nothing special. 150 pulls total for Archon, but my light cone pulls. I wanted SW, and I got Genius SW. Very nice. Good night and sleep well. I probably don't need to stretch it out that much, honestly. Because I'm gonna have to, inflate it with some geometry. If you're curious about my Archon though, what the hell? I hate how there's so many pop-ups as soon as I load in. Very nice. I guess you already have a belt. That's really nice. I don't really plan ahead like that. So even if I did get her, it would take me quite a bit to build her up. Hmm. Wait, how do I do this again? Oh wait, don't I need... Oh wait, no, never mind. What is it? I dropped... Alright. The damage just a little, but she's now under completion instead of 82. I don't think this is entirely symmetrical, but I think it's fine. How does that look? Whoa. I think it's the fact you can't really control the geometry means that it'd probably be better to do this not using curves. Actually, that kind of works, I think. Not really, actually, never mind. Not kind of. It doesn't fit too well in the little hole that I designed for it, though. Oh, that kind of works a little bit. Scaling doesn't really, it doesn't allow you to scale upwards, though, which doesn't help me that much. And to get to Blender. Okay. Good, good, good. Done. Back to blending. Sorry, I'm in the middle of something. Hold on. Alright. More blending. Yeah, I don't really know how I feel about going this route. I mean, I could use it sort of as like as a base for remeshing. Mm -mm -mm -mm. Can I even like hold on? I think I have to like convert it into a mesh if I want to apologize for me. Or actually, I don't think I have to actually, never mind. Probably use this actually. This is a pretty good loop. Whoops. I want a little bit opened up so that I could actually put a loop in there, otherwise I won't be able to. Well, wait, what happened if I... Oh, nothing, never mind. I thought I thought increasing the subdivision count would somehow fix the shape of it, but that is not the case. It looks even worse. Something like this, most likely. And then I could try to connect these with a bridge edge loop, and then probably add some loop cuts so that it actually, you know, ends up looking good. I don't want to like add a shrink wrap. To make this easier, I will have to make a vertex group so that this part right here isn't affected by the shrink wrap modifier. Oh, but I'm probably gonna have to hold on. What is this called again? Numpath. I'm probably gonna have to convert it to a yeah. I'm gonna have to convert it to a mesh. Before I can even do that. What the hell? How the hell did that happen? What? Do you remember how to invert selected? Need to hide everything but a certain area. Remember, I think if you have it set up the way I do, you just hit space and then just type in invert. And you specifically want to pick the one that says select and then invert. I think there's also another way to do it. I think if you go to select up here. Oh yeah. Yeah, control I. I wonder why it's crushing it there. Why it's not registering these points back here. That is odd. Is it because of the subdivision? I'm not too sure. Maybe. I'll try to add some more loop cuts. A couple more. Oh, also yeah, the what's it called? The Blender 4.1 update came out. Uh, just in case you didn't know. That's fine. It doesn't really matter. I don't think upgrading, but if you are going to upgrade to 4 point something, 4.1 is apparently better than 4.0. But yeah, just letting you know, in case you did want to upgrade. I did this morning. No problem. I don't think the update added much for the modeling side of things. At least not from what the video that I watched. Describing the things that they added. Taking a bit of liberty with the meshes now. Okay. I'm not sure how to make the floor part of the jacket big without ruining it. Oh, yeah, right. I assume you've tried scaling it and it doesn't turn out too good. I guess, I mean, you probably will have to do some sort of like proportional editing or something to sort of get it as right as possible. Oops. Deleting a ton of filled meshes so I'm saved. Yeah, honestly, that's what I did too. I end up keeping a bunch of them. I make like a trash collection on a lot of my uh you know Blender things that I work on just because I like to, I guess, sort of just in case I ever need them for whatever reason. Even though I know I never usually do. So I might have deleted something I needed, but last thing to myself. Oh, I see. Oh, I guess one thing that I would recommend is making incremental saves. It's honestly a lifesaver a lot of the times when you need them. Highly recommend doing that. You know what? That's one thing that I actually need to do. I should go back and delete a lot of like my old incremental saves that I don't need anymore now that some of the characters are done. They're just taking up space on my PC. Oh yeah, you don't always have to make everything one mesh. In some instances, it's a good idea. In some, not so much. The belt that I made for her isn't one mesh. I mean, it's joined together into like one object, but the heart is one mesh, the belt's another mesh, the circles are different meshes, they're not even connected to the belt. The circles on the heart on the belt are also different meshes that aren't connected at all. As long as you're able to make it fit. Yeah, I get that. That does happen in certain instances. But I feel like even if it was connected, I feel like it still has a chance of deforming weird. My animation experience spinning a ball, doing a conveyor belt to drop a box, the IK dock arms. Wait, hold on. You're right. Animating a character is a bit differently. A bit different. Well, I mean, for the Doc Arc thing, it's pretty much what do you expect? It all depends on your rig. But yeah, definitely look into what's it called? Into Rigify. Especially if you want to animate in Blender. Um, it works really good. It gives you a lot of controls for your rig. And it's generally very simple to set up for the most part. Obviously, you're still gonna have to go in and fix any problems with weights and stuff. What is that? Yeah, I'm starting to realize but the weight painting is still going to be shared even if the mesh isn't. For example, what I'm worried about, you fold a piece of paper in a rubber, even if somebody each weight painting could make form into the paper, I suppose. Yeah, but I mean, like, if you don't see, if you're not able to see it, I mean, like, it's gonna fold in itself regardless. Like, what am I trying to say? Like, it's fine if it folds in on itself, as long as you can't see it on the other side, you know? Like, for the arm bending is gonna fold in on itself if you, like, make it fold, like, all the way, like, 180 degrees towards if you bring the hand towards the chest. It can't be perfect. There's always going to be some form of clipping. Your goal is to there what? Your goal is to make minimal clipping. And Just if the clothing were actual part of the arm, there's no way for the arm to deform out under the clothes. Is what I mean. Oh, okay. I mean, there's still a chance. Um, it's all based on how close a point is from the bone. So even if the clothing was connected to the arm, if the clothing like stretches out too far away or something, it could be it could act weirdly. But yeah. Either way, this is gonna basically be your first time rigging and weight painting like an entire character. So it might get a bit getting used to. And there are ways to sort of help with a lot of that clipping issues. Especially with like bending in certain areas like the knees and elbows. What was I doing? I don't know, sorry. I got distracted answering a text. Alright, what was I doing again? Alright, the bow. The bow's looking alright, I think. Alright, sorry. Alright, I think that extra addition was a good idea. Right. Okay, let's do the little strand. Whoops. Oh shit. I'm way too picky. Well, I know this is fine, but it so annoys me having that triangle when I feel like there should be a way to add a quad. Yeah, right. I don't even know where you can even make that into a quad unless you add like a loop cut at the top, which technically would make it into a quad, but it would still look like a triangle. If that's even possible. With that mesh, that is, obviously. Oh wait, that triangle, yeah. I was looking at the zipper, TBH. Double triangle point, center, spice, face, yeah, right. That works. All good, all good, all good. Good job. Oops. That works, right? I think, yeah, that works. But All right. Mm, 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 mm. Oh shit. Okay, that doesn't actually do what I wanted to. There we go. Oh shit, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix it regardless. Okay. Hello. It's going good. So far so good. I'm making Perona from One Piece. The One Piece is real. She's going pretty good. I'm working on the cloak. What did I call it before? Cape that she has on. Probably rename these, and they're all outside. Hold on. Actually, I think I could delete this. But yeah, how have you been? How are you in your projects? What is this? Oh, okay, yeah, this is the belt accessories. What is this? Oh, this is the bow. Yeah, right. Everything's been going well. Everything's been going good. So far, so good. Um, making steady progress. As much as I can, at least. I've been alright, most busy with work, not on here as much, but I'm trying to help something stream progress. Alright. Sounds good. Sounds good, sounds good. What am I looking at? Oh. Oh, you know what? I think I have my category on wrong. I do. Lol. But yeah, have you been doing any hell diving since I've last seen you? Alright, wait, where is this? You know what? That still kind of looks a bit odd. Hold on. I still haven't took a break from it lately. Alright. Yeah. All good. I've only been able to like get on like every 2 days or so. Every 2 days I get on to like play a game or something. But all good then. Still doing my part. What is I'm just gonna call it cape. Anything new? With Helldivers? I don't remember. Were you there? When the new War Bond came out? The what's it called? The cutting edge one? Yeah, that came out. That was pretty good. The sickle, the weapon that I think is in the first page, is honestly a really good weapon. Probably one of the best currently out there. Apart from that, we pushed the bugs pretty far, deep into the territory. Uh, because of some major orders and stuff like that. And right now, the major order is to push the bots, the automatons back. I got on today, and it has been a very long time since I fought against the bots, so I didn't really do too well in that mission. I didn't bring the right loadout for it, basically. I was bringing a bug loadout for the bots, and that wasn't really the best idea. How am I gonna do this? But yeah, if you ever want to get on again,